All right. Good morning. It's me again. All right. So to me, there's nothing important. Me rambling. It's the worst thing. I'm having the worst feeling in the world for someone like me. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling healthy. I'm feeling alert. I'm feeling awake, alive, which makes me feel a little sleepy. But that's another side. Now, of course, anybody that hears that is going to say, "Well, wait a minute. Isn't that supposed to be the best feeling in the world?" Well, for someone like me, it's not. And anybody out there who knows what I'm talking about, they know what I'm talking about. You see, when you're feeling good, now you can move and do. You can even change things because your ability to roll with it, what if, create, la la la, with it working a little more correctly, now you can do things like change things or at least be open to them. Yeah, it's the worst feeling in the world. And I'll tell you why. If my life was fixed, I'll give you an example. My life was fixed by just getting the laundry caught up. No problem. I could probably, actually, in all honesty, I could probably do that on my worst days if that was the case, truly. Um, but unfortunately, oftentimes, in order to fix someone's life, sometimes it's not about something in the physical. And I say that because many of us look around and we think, I could get up and I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. But here's the thing, I used to do that and that and that and that. And I did it the right way and I did it, I got it done. So then, how did it ever get to the negative point that it's at? It's like if I did laundry every day. And in the past, for the past 10 years, I've done laundry every day. And I've done it the right way. And I made sure, no matter how tired I was, I made sure it was folded, put away, everything. But then you wake up one morning and there's this, it's like you didn't do anything ever. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. It's kind of like that, but not quite the same. It's, it's that feeling that you get when you look around and you say, but this isn't the real me. This isn't who I really am. People look at me and they want to call me lazy, but I'm not lazy. I'm not a lazy person. I can be as lazy, me speaking for me personally, I can be lazy with the best of them, trust me. I can milk something for all it's worth. Oh my goodness, my ankle hurts a little bit. Oh no, it's not just a little sore and achy just from walking a little bit too much yesterday. No, it's sprained. No, you know what? It's broken. It's broken. That's what it is. I trust me. I can milk it for all it's worth. That's kind of what kind of person I am. Kind of can do. But when it comes down to it, I can get up and move and do. Now, somebody on the opposite side of the brain, or using the opposite side of the brain, that's doing that same type of thinking, that's milking it for all it's worth, but they're doing it through the functional side, that's the one that's going to get stuck and not be able to move and do what they need to. Anyway, that's just a side thing. Um, yeah, it's a horrible feeling because you feel like you could actually move and do and change things or be open to change. And you'll start moving and doing. You'll start doing stuff and you'll feel good. You'll feel good about what you've done, even sometimes. You'll look back and be like, yeah, yeah, and I can keep going. Then all of a sudden, the thing that's really wrong Because it's not the laundry, by the way. It's not the floors. It's not going to school. It's not how well you've handled your children. It's not do your shoes fit. It's none of those things. It's in the brain. That's what went wrong. That's what happened. It wasn't that you were doing laundry and doing it the right way for many, many years, or maybe you cut corners here or there, but nothing to amount to this great big mess that you wake up to of laundry. No, this doesn't make sense. Where did this come from? I've always been on top of things. Artful Dodger. It's Perry Mason. Sorry. Toby, I told you that you had one chance. Now, I don't want to keep getting up and down. I've already been working on stuff. And I've already got a pile of stuff to work on and food to eat, but I'm still talking. Talking's more important than food. Let me get that. Come on. Come on, Toby. You've got one chance. This is it. This is your one shot. Come on. Yep. Yeah. See how I held the door open for you? It really wasn't a one shot, was it? Couldn't life be like that? No. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, yeah. That lovely, horrible, wonderful feeling. It just sucks. Yeah. Yeah, you'll feel good. You'll run around in those circles. Same thing that happens to you when you're feeling down in the dumps and you're not wanting to move and do, and maybe a friend or family member comes over and gets you to take that walk. And oh my goodness, look, like a miracle, it works, right? Makes you feel good, makes you smile, makes you want to try again, kind of thing. But as we all know, eventually, just like the roller coaster goes up, it also comes back down. And how fast it comes back down and how much lower it comes back down. You worry sometimes. You worry that they're going to come back so fast, come back down so fast that you're going to end up 6 feet under. You're not going to make that whoosh, back up again. It's just going to keep going down. Anyway, that was a little side thing. But it's a horrible feeling because eventually that's what happens. It starts with sometimes it starts with the you're moving and doing okay, and then like a lot of people will say normal people. Ooh, we'll use the N word. Will you go sit down? Thank you. No, don't eat my banana. Go. Shoo. Like like the normal people. Same thing happens to them when they move and do. They get something done to a certain point. A lot of them, hey, go sit down. They can get things done to a certain point. A lot of them, some finish it completely. It happens. But some people get to a certain point and then they're just like, okay, I think I'm getting tired. I can feel my brain is kind of overthinking things now. I'm just gonna let go, right? Well, it's kind of similar to that feeling when it first happens. It's kind of but again, it's different for everybody. So, will you sit down? You're making me nervous. You're giving me nervous prostrations. Sit down. Thank you. No, I don't want you to mess with my food. Nor do I want your Heineken against my pillows. So, yeah, thanks. Okay. Um. Oh, man. Sorry, it's tough. It's tough sometimes. This is one of the difficulties that people have when um, when you try to write about like depression. There are some people that can kind of capture it, but I don't think anybody's ever been able to truly capture. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I don't think anybody's ever truly been able to capture the real feeling of it. That you know how sometimes you can read someone's words and feel like you're there. They're so descriptive. They're so, and not just descriptive, but they're right with their description. It's good. It sounds good. Well, yeah, it's like that. Um, you try to write those depressing thoughts and you just can't. And I'll tell you why. Because when your brain is actually willing enough to even write something, then it's not as depressed, is it? Like you can feel the depression still, but it's not the same as when you couldn't move at all, when you couldn't even maybe speak. That was that's the depression you really want to be able to write about, and you can't. And I know why. Want to know why? Because the thing that's causing your depression is the functional side. It's the one that gets stuck. Something doesn't make sense. I got to make sense of it, and until I do, here I am. I'm on pause. Well, the stronger that functional side is working will say, either I need to speak or I don't need to speak. Either I need to move or I don't need to move. Looks forwards and backwards. Then the stronger, um, the depression feeling. Here you are thinking it was an emotional thing all this time. No, that's just what it looks like. Oh, yeah, there's emotional qualities in it, but it's the functional side that's doing it. The emotional side does not get stuck. It's like a ever free moving, all the time moving cloud. Can flow into any big space, any little space, and it just keeps on flowing and moving. It doesn't get stuck. It doesn't hold grudges. It doesn't feelings. My one roommate, my one buddy, he used to say, what did he say? Um, Something is, darn it, I lost it. um, I keep getting this other one in my head instead, so I'll just say it just because. Um, Conceitment is a flaw, and I have no flaws. That's another saying. Another friend had a had that one. Um, yeah, I don't know. I used to ask like I'd say I'm trying to remember when he would use it. Anyway, it's a feeling, and feelings go away, and it's true. Feelings go away. What keeps a feeling around, either love, hate, any of it, is the functional side. The fact of what matters to us. If the issue that happened hurts is and doesn't make sense, then those facts, that person hurting us and doing something that didn't make sense, is what's sticking in the brain in the functional side. Fact, this is what this person did. And then that causes the emotional side to show that grudge, hurt, anger, whatever it is. Even when it comes to the love of your life, for as much as you're like, oh no, they fill my entire mind. No, no, that's not how it works. It's the functional side. Fact. This person makes sense. This person. Oh, whoops, sorry. Whoop, there we go. I had to get that out of the bag where it got stuck. The wet clothes were sitting next to a cord, and I didn't want that. Um, that's how it works. This person makes sense. They make me feel good and they make sense. Oh, they are my world. Ta-da! And so every time your brain functionally goes through that fact, then it shows it on the outside through emotion. Now, hold on a minute, because aren't there people in the world that some people are like, I love you every day, all the time, right? And then there's the opposite. Here we go again with the opposites. People who almost never say it. In fact, you almost have to ask them to say it. You have to make a request. Because there's a reason for that, actually. It's true, and there's a reason for that. And for and sadly enough, I've seen actually relationships end because people do not know what that reason is, including the person themselves. You see, they spent their life growing up being told something's not right with them. They act funny, they act weird, so something's kind of weird about them. And even if not like treated in a what would you say? I've had some friends who've grown up that have been like that, and they weren't like picked on necessarily about it, but it was pointed out that they were different. And they would sit there and laugh with the rest of the crowd because that's what makes sense, right? They're either laughing with you or laughing at you. Well, if you laugh with them, then they're laughing with you. Get it? You laugh with them, then they're laughing with you. Makes sense, doesn't it? Silly as it sounds. It does make sense. Instead of being laughed at, if people are laughing at you, if you start laughing yourself, then you're all laughing together, right? Get it? Yeah. Anyway, um, but the truth is, there's a part of the brain that's a little confused because it doesn't know why it's supposedly so different. And I have seen relationships end simply because people didn't know that about themselves. And so then they didn't say the I love you and do all those little things that the other person wanted them to do all the time. Well, here's the truth. Here's the truth. So they're never really meant to be that type. I'm sorry, but if you're looking for someone who showers you with love and kisses every day, then you're looking for someone probably more like you. They're not supposed to be like that. It doesn't mean that they can't be. They can be. And in correct balance, too. But I'd say, as a general rule of thumb, no. Because if they put you, let's just say they put you as the first thing in their brain, that's the first thing, then all of a sudden you become an obsession, not a love, but an obsession, and that's not healthy. That does happen with some people, if you've noticed. Some people do get kind of obsessed, but it's not love, is it? It's an obsession, and you can see it, and everybody else around them can see it, but they can't. They think they're in love. Really, they're obsessed. There is a thin line between love and hate, and love and obsession, and hate and obsession. A very, very thin line. Um, but they're really not supposed to be like that. They're not supposed to be the la, 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 love, love, love all the time. That's because they have one focus and one focus at a time. And when they're at work, the last thing they should be focusing on is you. They should be focusing on their work, right? That makes sense. Okay. And then when it's time to change from work mode to lunch mode, I know it sounds kind of computer like, right? But that is how the functional brain works. No, that does not mean that you're dating a computer. It may feel like that sometimes, but you're not. But I do get it. And when you're stronger on that functional side, that is what you're going to have. Um, Hold on, I want to put the emotional minded down for a second because if you want to look at the functional brain as being like computerized type people, and then you can look at the emotional side of the brain as being like, I don't want to say dum dums. What do you call it? Because on the emotional side, it's not about smart or dumb. That's not at all what it's about. It's like la la in the clouds. You could say that la la in the clouds. Um, whatever type of slur I guess you want to come up with, that's fine. The point is, that's the way the brain is supposed to work. Now, unfortunately, because somebody growing up either being picked on or in a roundabout way being picked on for being different, seeming different, is going to cause an imbalance because that's now going to have the brain questioning what's wrong with me. And it's going to be in the back of the mind most of the time because it's not in the foreground. It's not. I mean, some people might walk around with that on their face. I don't know, but other people not. They know the people around them care about them, so that helps them to make sense of it enough to continue forward. But it's still a little thing that lingers in the back sometimes. Sometimes it just stays back there and doesn't cause problems. Sometimes it does. Different for everybody. I've seen both sides. And then what ends up happening in those particular situations, this person who by nature isn't really supposed to be the la la, tell you they love you every day, all the time kind of person, should still have a level of when they do say it. There should be still a normal level of when and how they do say it and show it. But because of the imbalance, now the brain is even more so. So their brain, this is difficult, their brain works on need more of the time than want. They have both, but more of the time it's about what they need to do or don't need to do. So let's just say that, let's say you've made a request. Every Wednesday, no matter what, when you get home from work, you always have to, even if we've been fighting, always have to say that I love you. Believe it or not, actually, that can work. In a normal, balanced, functional minded brain, that can work because you've programmed it. Not to make it sound like a computer thing, but it is. It is. Please, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. I'm not trying to create slurs. I'm not trying to any of that. I know because I've talked to people in the past and they've gotten kind of offended because I've said it like that. And it's like, you don't understand. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. All of us have a computer in our brain. Just some have a stronger computer than others. We all have a feeler in our brain. Just some have a stronger feeler than others. It doesn't mean that we care more or care less. It's about what makes sense and what feels good. And when you're in the correct balance between those two for you as an individual person, not for what you think should be your balance, not for what you want your balance to be, but what actually is your correct balance, then you're good. Then things can flow correctly. And you'll understand that it's your brain, even though it is more when you're functional minded, more computer like, there's just the right amount of focus and flow. You're just not the type to go running around chasing after butterflies. It just doesn't make sense to you. But you like watching other people do it. That you can enjoy, especially because guess what? You notice right before they run off the cliff and can grab the back of their shirt, like, hey, come back here. Nope, nope, nope. You're not paying any attention. You just see the pretty butterfly, and that's great and everything. And you're very entertaining to watch. But let's pull you back before you, see that? Right? Oh, that's such a drop. Oh boy. That's what makes sense to you. Now, I don't mean that literally. You might be a functional minded person that likes chasing butterflies. It is a thing because you do have an emotional side. And if butterflies make sense to you and chasing them makes sense to you, well, then both focus and flow, emotionally and functionally, you'll chase after butterflies, no matter how functional minded you are. If that's what makes sense to you, then you'll do it. One of the differences, you have to understand that when the functional brain is stronger, the difference is you have less control over, how do I put this? It's about what makes sense to the functional brain, not to you, not what sounds good and makes sense to you. This is going to sound difficult, but what makes sense to the brain. Think of it almost like it's not this at all, but think of it almost like conscious versus subconscious. Consciously, chasing after butterflies looks fun and sounds like a good idea. Just like seeing other people riding bike looks fun and sounds like a good idea. Makes sense, right? Everybody else riding bike, I want to, right? I want to do it too, right? But you go to pick up that bike, or you go to chase after a butterfly, and you just keep tripping over your own feet. Or you just keep tripping over your own feet. I don't know. When it comes to riding bike, for some reason, you just can't grasp onto it. And you think, oh, there's something wrong with me. No, there's nothing wrong with you. Absolutely nothing wrong with you. Your brain says this doesn't make sense. Give me a reason that makes it make sense. Sure, then we can. Otherwise, no. No. That's it. No. You can keep trying and pushing to learn how to ride the bike or chase after the butterflies. And you might get a step or two. You might get a little revolution of the gears once or twice. Hey, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And then all of a sudden, it screw up. Because that want, it can be strong, it can be pretty pushy. But ultimately, what makes sense to the brain is going to kind of win over that. And you're not going to be able to ride a bike. Now, here's the thing. In the past, something like that happens, and people get upset. They get angry with the bike. They get angry with themselves. They get angry with the people around them. This doesn't make sense. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. And because nobody else understands their brain, including themselves, and why this is happening, it just gets buried. It just becomes a problem that just, oh, yeah, another thing I guess I can't do. Another thing I'd like to be able to do and I can't. Well, if people knew this about their brains, if other people knew this about the people in their lives having brains like that, then we could be able to make sense of it by saying it doesn't make sense and that's okay. We wouldn't stand and smile at little Timmy and go, oh, it's okay, Timmy, it's okay. All while putting our mouth behind our hand while talking to the neighbors saying, I don't know what's wrong with Timmy. He just doesn't understand. He just doesn't get along with the rest of the kids. He doesn't do things like normal children. Oh, are you saying he's not normal? Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah, yeah. Maybe he's an alien. Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard that before. But if people knew the truth about what is really happening in the brain and why it operates the way it does, if Timmy really wants to learn how to ride that bike, really wants to learn, and the people around him understand that and want to help him with that, now they'll know how to make it happen, or at least possibly make it happen. Again, there's no controlling that part of the brain. I mean, well, I cannot say that there's no controlling. There is. We won't get into that at this time. But to do it correctly, by the correct, there's correct force and there's incorrect force. I cannot tell you which one's which because it's definitely an individually based thing. But if you force the brain to do something that doesn't make sense to it, it can learn how to do it. But if still it doesn't make sense to it for some reason, and it's still being forced to do it, it can come back on you. That's happened a lot. I've seen a lot of kids grow up with that, where their parents said, no, you're going to do this anyway. And they did it. And they rebelled. Their brain rebelled one way or the other. And sometimes that rebellion was dangerous, hurtful. And unfortunately, people not understanding what's really going on thought that the child was just being mean, thought that If I'm not mistaken, a man killed his mom because of that. I'm sorry, I get very passionate about this. This is one of the reasons why, even though I'm emotional minded, I'm very focused on the functional mind and advocating for it because I think it's very misunderstood. I think science, I think the world, whatever, I think everybody already knows a lot about the emotional side. There's a few things still, maybe even a few things I could teach people. I don't know. And there's still a few things that I don't know. But for the most part, we got a lot of the emotional under control. It's the functional. It's the functional that we don't understand enough of. We understand this and that and this and that, which unfortunately is why when I talk to people about the functional side, they say, oh, that, yeah, I already know about that. That sounds familiar. You're right. Some of that I'm saying is familiar. Some of that is already known because it overlaps. If you hang in there a few more seconds, you might hear something that's not known. But unfortunately, because the first few words I say are known, people's brains kind of shut off like, oh, it's that functional brain, by the way, saying, I don't need to hear something I already know. Get it? I hear it once, done. One and done. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why. It's one of the reasons why my anxiety, sorry, I'm eating, causes me to speak too fast, jump around from topic to topic, because I'm always looking for just those right words. It's like magic. I'm always looking for that magic wording, phrase, whatever, that's going to hit people in the head and go, wait a minute. You just unlocked something I don't think anybody's ever unlocked before. Oh, well, finally, yay! Somebody heard me. Even on the website, I could help people, and I would help them with their current issue, and they'd be like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, cool. And I'd be like, but that's not it. That's not all there is to say. You got to hear all the rest of it. But they were done, one and done. I had a problem, you solved it, I'm gone now. Instead of listening to why the problem started to begin with, trying to work through that. What are you going to do? You can't force people. But if I could find just that right phrasing, just those right words, like magic, then people will be like, oh, I get it. Awesome. Till then, I'm just going to keep sitting here and talking about how people don't understand the functional brain the way they think they do. But if they did understand it, it would make a huge difference. I can answer things that nobody else has been able to answer before. I can answer psychology questions about the parts of the brain people do not understand and why they operate. Why can't this person do these things? Why can't somebody move out of their parents' house? Why can't they get a car? Why can't they get a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Why don't they say I love you all the time like I do? Why is it that I have to make an appointment? I have to request for them to spend time with me, for them to say I love you. Just even those few, how difficult is it to just say those few words, right? That's it. Doesn't cost much. So why is it so difficult for that person to do that? That doesn't make sense. Well, I know. I know why. And once other people know why, then the issues that are happening in people's brains that are the imbalance part can go away. Not completely, of course, because we're meant to go up and down with that. But then, I mean, knowledge is power. And once we understand better why and how our brains are working, it makes a world of difference. You won't get mad at things the same way you used to because there will be a different understanding, a deeper understanding, because you'll get it. Does that mean that fighting in the world will end? No. Does that mean people won't still get upset? No. To this day, even with my functional minded children, or when they're functionalizing, I have, hey, I have my go to. My brain looks at the situation of me standing on the front porch with bags in my arms of groceries, and the door is locked, and I'm trying to reach around for my keys somehow while my son, my functional minded son, stands there with nothing in his hands, keys of his own, and just stands there. And for as much as my brain is going, is this not obvious to you that you see this? I need help. You can't see this? But did I say that out loud? And did I say it nicely? Because I know that I get to a point where I do finally say something out loud, but it's usually not very nice. It's more like, do you see me here? Do you not notice me with all these bags in my hand? Yeah. By then, I'm a little more bright. And they could tell that. But as silly as it may sound, if you request that person's help, if I look at him and say, would you please open the front door with your key? Very specific, by the way. Ta-da! I won't say every time because, people can be imbalanced. It can happen. He could be having a bad day from something and his mind is very focused and he doesn't, even more over focused, and he doesn't hear me. But I'll say 9 times out of 10, 8 times. We'll just say, just to be on the safe side, 8 times out of 10, yeah, it works. Because yes, a request is what's needed. What I'm at. Oh, hi. Happy late Halloween. Hopefully it's lovely for you and Benji and Pam. Ours was good too. Oh boy. Halloween. That was fun. Yes, it did end up being fun. Unfortunately, we didn't get pictures except for the school. But the whole family, our family dressed up. We didn't get any pictures. Because, of course, as always, I ran to the last minute. But it was a lot of fun. It was this one old lady. She didn't know who Mario was. But she said, "Oh, look, he's a plumber." Because Benji walked around with his plunger, and he used that as his candy bag. He'd hold out his plunger for people to put the candy in. And you know how some people sit on their porch with the bowl in front of them and they let kids get their own candy and they don't move? A couple people actually jumped up to put his candy in his plunger. It was cute. It was really cute and special. What was it? Boy, he was funny. We ended up not being able to have lunch or dinner next door at the neighbors because it was pouring down rain and they were doing an outdoor thing. And they had to take everything back inside. And then it was about to be trick-or-treating time, so it was like, well, let's just go. So unfortunately, Benji did get a little bit jumpy, a little crazy during trick-or-treating time. Very loud at times because of not eating dinner. But then we got home, we made some pizza rolls. They saved the day. And yogurt. He had a couple pieces of candy. Life was good. Hopefully today, maybe tomorrow, we're going to get pictures done. My one son, who was supposed to be Toad, he didn't get to go out last night because he had to work. But hopefully we'll get some pictures with him when we get the pictures done. So we'll have Mario, Luigi, Bowser, and Toad. It was a lot of fun, though. How was yours? What did you guys dress up as? his memories in his hair. So I noticed that there were messages online yesterday when I got on, but I was busy trying to get the Halloween stuff together. So all I could do was talk, not sit down and read and think. Because sometimes I get messy. Sometimes it's just someone saying hi, and sometimes it's someone I have to think. And then I also have to think about like how to message back because I have to remember things are different on the phone than they are on the computer. And so, yeah, it's a little trickier. I was hoping to get to the messages yesterday, but I know probably wouldn't. So I don't think you heard it when I said it in the video yesterday. That I was gonna probably do the messages today, or at least by this weekend. Because I've got one person on here that's been messaging, and they're actually asking me for help with stuff. So let me throw this away. Have not had a chance to. Let's see. Oh, really? We did that last year. The Toy Story. Let's see here. Or was that last year? I have to remember. One year Benji was Buzz Lightyear. Which that was actually kind of like a store-bought costume, but that's the one he picked out. So I left it be. But the year that he was Woody, we made his costume. I made his costume. His gun, his holster, his boots. Well, the boots were, the base of them were made, but I painted Andy on the bottom of them, He was really cute. I forgot, the one thing I forgot for his Woody costume, though, was the pull string. I forgot that part. That would have been really cute. But his shirt, I made his shirt. I did all the little brown lines. It was crazy. But anyway, he was Woody, and let's see, my daughter was Jessie, and who else did we have? I was Sporky, and my sons both had to work, so that the other boys had to work, so they didn't end up being part of it. There was somebody else too, and I can't remember who it was. I gotta find that picture. My dad's got it somewhere. I'll have to find it. Anyway, yeah, I like the Toy Story. Which character of Toy Story were you? Memories and hair. I have to look that up. Oh, wait a minute. I got a message. There we go. Okay. I feel weird because I'm just sitting here waiting for a reply. And for all I know, you had to walk away from a computer and go do other things, and you're not going to be actually getting the question. Oh. Aw. Poor thing. You can't get her out of the house to do things, or her parents just don't do a whole lot to get her out. And one thing, by the way, that also can help with the germ thing is something. Let me see if I can find the bottle, the jar. I just threw away the other jar. But the one I have here, the one I got for Benjamin, because one year, was it last year or the year before that, he was sick a lot. He missed a lot of school because every day it seemed like he was waking up just sick. And I didn't know what was going on with them for the first half of the year. And then I tried the elderberry gummies. He really likes those. I get the Zarbee's elderberry gummies, and ever since then, it's made a huge difference in how he is. He doesn't wake up sick all the time. Every once in a while, that's usually because of a late night or a late dinner, or, something like that. But for the most part, his immune system is much better. When he was younger, I was really worried about it. I even talked to the doctor. The doctor said, "Oh, his immune system really can't be that bad, blah, 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 blah." I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." So I had to do something about it myself. Um, but that one really, really helped, was the elderberry gummies. They help with the immune system, and get the kind, like I said, the Zarbee's is a really good one because it has, what is it? I wish I had the other bottle. This is just, see, I give him the Zarbee's. I give him two of the, what do you call it? See this, okay. I give him one of the Zarbee's elderberry, and then I give him another one that's a multivitamin plus immune, so it's also got more of the elderberry in it. Um, so he gets two gummies a day. One's like a multivitamin plus a little bit of elderberry, and then the elderberry one, and that does it. Yeah, me too. I always had a really strong immune system too. I've always been very blessed as well. I've considered myself pretty fortunate for that too, which sometimes makes it difficult for me to understand when other people had weaker immune systems. It just it you look at it, you're just like, why? I don't have a weak immune system. Why do you? you know. But I do get it, and haven't had the greatest immune system because of being sick and everything. But oh well, life goes on. You're welcome. I'm hoping they'll help. So you said that you want her to do the gymnastics. Does she like it? It's hard. Oh yeah, that's how it goes. When you're the type of person who doesn't get sick very often, when you do, it's like it makes up for all the times where you weren't being sick and everybody else was. My one brother is like that too. So you've heard some of my videos about the emotional and the functional minded. Would you say that she's more emotional minded or functional minded? I mean, to be fair, it's a little tricky because sometimes, especially in, like you said, irresponsible parents, me being an irresponsible parent is kind of causing an imbalance in Benji. So even though he's emotional minded, it kind of functionalizes him sometimes and could make him actually appear more functional minded. Keep to himself more, not talk to other people, things like that. Well, that was one of the things that's one of the reasons I had to keep Benji home, was because he would go to school and he would get sick. He was fine on the weekend. He'd be fine, he'd get home and stuff, and he'd have a little something going on, but then on the weekend he'd be fine. Everything's just clear. And then Monday comes along, he's sick again. So, yeah, there's a lot of germs at school. So that's one of the reasons why I suggested those gummies, because, you know, one of the things about them, they say to chew them completely, and I looked it up to find out why, because I'm like, well, why? What happens if a kid, doesn't chew it completely? A chunk of it doesn't get all chewed up. What's wrong? Well, will it hurt them? Why? Well, the reason why they say that is actually because from the moment you start chewing them, they activate. And if you just swallow them, then they're activated in your stomach. But if you chew them, then all the way through your mouth and down your throat, they're activated. And they affect your mouth and your throat. So when germs are coming in and you're breathing them in through your mouth and your nose, it helps to kind of, I don't want to say it counters them, because that would make me sound way too sciencey, and I'm not. Um, but kind of think of it like that, I guess. I'm probably completely wrong, but I'm guessing it's kind of like that. Like you're getting your immune system moving and doing there in the mouth, which is connected to the ears and the nose, the throat, all that. So, bam. See, and being hard to read, the emotions could, that sounds kind of functional minded, or that could be somebody who's emotional minded, but they've been functionalized. It's kind of like, imagine a kid who's talkative and outgoing, but their parent says, don't talk to strangers. Shush, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. That child's going to learn to be quiet, right? So even when someone says, no, go ahead and talk to me, it's like they've been trained now, I have to be quiet, which is not their normal them. So that's kind of messing with them a bit. Gonna have to let what heal naturally? If I'm not being too personal. If it's too personal, that's cool. I understand. What? So you say small sickness? Do you? I mean, if you feel it's too personal, I completely understand. But if not, then what are the symptoms, or what is it called if it has a name? Because I kind of have a hunch about something. Um, I'll give you a moment to respond to that. Hmm. So she gets sick when she goes to school, and she gets sick when she goes to gymnastics. Pretty much whenever she leaves the house, kind of thing, maybe. She kind of gets sick. Even if not always completely sick, there's always a little something about her that seems sick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They definitely carry a lot of germs. It's like a hospital. It's the same as when you go to the hospital. There's lots of germs everywhere. So that's one of the reasons why, yeah, it's really important to make sure that immune system is strong and everything. And taking the vitamins will probably help out a lot with that. Um, but if the doctor's not saying that there's a particular name, it's just her, just getting randomly sick for different things. So there's two different ways to look at this. One could be her immune system, and two could be her immune system. Here's what I'm saying. So the one that could be her immune system is like the normal type of situation. To start off, she has a weaker immune system, just naturally, for whatever reason. We can be born without a leg or an arm or with an extra arm. I'm sure we can be born with different immune systems, right? Right. So that's one way. The second one is okay, so this is going to be a little tricky, and I'll try to word it correctly if I can. Forgive me if I don't. I don't mean to offend anyone at all. But you mentioned earlier something about the parents and how they kind of irresponsible. And my guess is maybe they don't take her out very much. Is that true? And they don't go out themselves very much, maybe? Oh, yes. I'm glad because there's a lot of people out there that, they don't seek the proper health care, myself included sometimes, but they don't seek the proper health care to get themselves taken care of. So her parents are okay. So her parents are responsible, and they do try to take her out to do different things. It's just that she doesn't go. She says that she doesn't want to go to things. Hmm. Okay, so has she been like that since she was like we'll say firstborn? That she was kind of quiet and withdrawn, seemed a little withdrawn. Another way to put it also, because of course that's just one aspect, and you can't look at just that alone. But also, like the type of child that needs things to make sense versus things that don't make sense, and the kid goes, they shrug and just go on. They don't worry about it. And then there's other kids that are like, no, I kind of need this to make sense. This needs to work out, kind of thing. Well, you're saying that she's never been in school, which means she's pretty young still. So it's not too big of a problem. A lot of times children do have just family as their friends when they're, first few years of their life kind of thing. I know that in the recent, 10, 15 years, um, maybe 20 years, I'm not sure, but I'm somewhere around that time, people started doing more play dates for even younger children, even babies. They would put babies together for play dates. Babies that they couldn't even roll over yet. But the people would bring them together for play dates because of this socializing thing. But that's only become a thing in the last, I'll say 20 years, just to be on the safe side. Before that, kids really didn't, except for neighbors. Other than that, they didn't really socialize until it was time to go to school, till preschool. It's very in your house. You mean it's very different? Yeah, he's at school right now. Oh, maybe it's very quiet. Yeah. Well, I turned the TV down while I was talking to you. Um, and Toby settled down finally, so he's not messing around. Oh, you're fine. Um, but yeah, it's pretty quiet here right now. I'm just trying to figure out. It sounds to me maybe like she might be functional minded, and that's why. I don't know if you heard that part because I was actually talking about that um, a little bit ago about how a lot of people look at people that are quiet, that do not seem to socialize with other children, other people, and we call them shy. And we oftentimes not only do we call them shy, but we also kind of talk about them in a I don't want to say a negative way. I don't think you guys are standing there putting her down saying, "What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you." Some children do get that type of treatment. Um, but even when you just look at a child and make the way that makes sense to them seem wrong, like for example, being quiet and not socializing with every person that you point out may make sense to her, if that makes sense. Because one of the difficulties we end up running into is that, especially more emotional minded people like myself and maybe you, we're like, hey, let's make friends, right? Let's go to the park and just make friends and be crazy and have fun, right? Yay! But when it comes to more functional minded people, that's not how the brain works. They don't see that way. That does not make sense to them. When a person comes along that makes sense to them, they'll connect to that person. Otherwise, they don't, until their brain, not them, but their brain sees a reason that makes sense to socialize, they're not going to. It's the same as there are people out there that can ride bike, and then there are people out there that can't. And they really, you can look at them in the face. They show you, I want to ride bike. I really, really want to ride bike. I see other people riding, and I think I want to ride bike, but I just can't. For some reason, I just can't get my legs to operate. I can't, whatever it is. There's something that just stops me from being able to do it somehow. Well, that's because regardless of how much that person wants to ride the bike and how much it might consciously make sense to them to do so, it's about that functional brain. And if it doesn't make sense to that functional brain, it's not going to do it. Hold on, I'm going to read your messages. I kind of went off on my little. Actually, be careful because of copyright. TV, yeah. Oh, I know. Oh my gosh. I've got several videos I can't even put up because of copyright. But it's okay. I mean, it's just me rambling most of the time anyway. Um, but I can apparently I can release them here in the United States. They just can't be seen in other countries if they have television shows and music and stuff on them. But otherwise, I can. Um, and technically, that I guess I mean one of the reasons for going live was because I wanted to be able to put the television show. Actually, it was going to be something you could view and listen to, so that I could make my commentary as we go through. What they just did, for as much as most people might think that's emotional minded, it's not. It's functional, and I can tell you exactly the words that they use specifically is what shows you, what side of the brain that situation's coming from. So to be able to do that kind of commentary, that's what I wanted to be able to do. But the copyright thing messes with me. But maybe we'll see in the future. I've been talking to my therapist, and I'm seeing a glimmer in her eye. She's starting to catch on, even if she's not consciously catching on. I can see there's something. The gears are turning in the functional brain, we'll say. And last week she said, okay, I'm really interested in this functional thing. We've got to figure out ways to talk about the functional brain and how it's working and everything. So I think we're getting there. I think we started talking about a couple personal things, and I think it started clicking in her head. Um, hey, I can actually see that being applied there. So we're getting there. Okay, we're trying to get her out to that function. I know people have dreams, but never shoot down other people's dreams for your own selfishness has been my philosophy. I agree. And if it really is something that she needs to do, yeah, just be careful because the reason I say that is because there's a lot of people out there that are functional minded, and they grew up. Um, Even my one cousins, I have my one aunt. She's got 8 kids, 7 girls and 1 boy. And out of them, the youngest, I believe, is she the youngest? Yeah, the youngest is actually. There's a few functional minded kids in the group, but the youngest is a stronger functional mind. It's more noticeable in her. And I have listened. They're very supportive of each other. They play soccer. They're all big into sports. They're all big, they're very supportive of each other. They're a very big tight knit type family kind of thing. But I have heard her sisters ask her, like, what's wrong? Why can't you do that? Why can't you just go and not worry about it? Why can't you just say, okay, I can't control that and just handle it, whatever? I've heard them say things to her and hands on their hips, look at her with a little bit of an attitude, as loving as they are to her, and say, what's wrong with you? Basically, no matter what words they were saying to her, they were saying, something's wrong with you. No matter how nice I've heard people say it to children, it's still saying to the brain, something is wrong with you. So then the brain can't help but say, well, what's wrong with me? And depending upon a lot of different factors, that can either be something that just kind of gets pushed to the back and works out over time, or it causes problems. And then it'll cause your niece, let's say that she feels forced for some reason because she's like, well, people think there's something wrong with me, but I don't want people to think something's wrong with me. So then all of a sudden she'll kind of force herself to make friendships happen, to make things happen. Well, sometimes that can kind of work. There's a difference between a workable force and a non-workable force. I know that sounds kind of silly to say that, but trying to think of the best way to put this. Because the oldest in that family, my aunt's daughters, She is actually functional minded too. She's not she's close to the youngest as far as strength in the functional brain. And she grew up quiet. And people would ask her, like, what's wrong with you? Why are you so quiet? What's wrong with you? Why are you so quiet? They'd smile when they said it to her. The problem was it did get in her brain. And it has caused her to do things that she normally would not do. She has moved. This stuff is now catching up with her. She moved 4 times, buying a new house each time in the last, I want to say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, right around 7 years, I think. 4 times, buying a brand new house each time. And she goes further away from her family and then gets closer, and then goes further away and then gets closer. She's doing very extreme moves because her brain is trying to figure out what's wrong. And that is what will end up happening, possibly. I won't swear to anything, but that could end up happening possibly to your niece. So if she is functional minded, yes, encourage her. Once in a while, force. But at the same time, do be careful, because if she draws back, let her draw back. Nudge her forward, a little bit of force that's in a good way, but definitely don't look at her and say, what's wrong with you? That's a tricky one, I know, because it's kind of a go-to. When we see something that doesn't make sense, we look at it and go, what's wrong with that? What's wrong? Why is that? We can't help it. It's human beings. It's our human nature to look at things and do that. But yeah, just be very supportive of her. That's really important. And if she is functional minded, she'll show you in time the kind of things that she likes to do. There's a lot of functional minded people that are in gymnastics, because once those moves make sense to them, it's not about the socializing with other people. In fact, if you've noticed, I don't know if you've ever followed the Olympics before or any professional sports stuff like gymnastics, but if you notice, oftentimes they actually discourage socializing. When you get into the more serious stuff, they kind of discourage that. It's not that you can't be friends, that's fine, but keep your focus on the bar. Keep your focus on your goal. And that's what ends up happening a lot of times if you get into more professional. So if she seems like she wants to really focus on the gymnastics itself and not the socializing, let her. Because as she achieves that, as the more and more she does that and she makes sense of those moves and her brain says 1 + 1 = 2 and I can do this, and she gets good, the other kids in the class, they'll clap for her. And she'll look around and she'll realize they're clapping for her. And that'll help her to feel this not only makes sense being around these other people, but it also feels good too, which then also makes sense. But what was it? Hold on, there was one more thing I was thinking of. I think I'm trying too hard. To answer the question. I still don't even have all the information I would need. But well, I don't know if you heard that in the beginning of the video, and I was talking about how I'm in a really good mood. I'm feeling really good, and that's a bad thing. That's a really bad thing. I hate that feeling. But yeah, that's probably also part of the reason why I'm trying too hard. I have a tendency to do that. But anyway, yeah, she'll if she's in a good balance, no matter what part of the brain she's got going on, if she's got a good balance going on, she'll pick up. She will. Give her the opportunities, give her the tools that she needs, and she'll pick those tools up and use them. Otherwise, yeah, if she's got an imbalance going on, I mean, can you think of any reason why she might have an imbalance going on? That would be probably one of the first things you got to figure out. Otherwise, then she's fine. She'll pick up on it. Just like I said, though, be careful, because that is one thing that I've recognized with a lot of functional minded children. People don't realize it. Even when they smile and say it with the sweetest words they can, when you say to somebody, "What's wrong with you?" you're saying something is wrong with that person. And then they can't help, especially the more functional minded they are, they need things to make sense. They can't help but get stuck on that, trying to figure out what it is that's wrong with them. And that'll end up causing them to either over emotionalize, try too hard to make friends, do stupid things to make friends. You know, you've seen people out in the world that have they've paid for friends. You know, oh, so and so needs money, so I'm going to help them out. Oh, well, they didn't pay me back yet, but they need more money, so I'm going to help them out again. Right? It's like paying for a friendship, right? Well, there's different reasons for it, but that's one of the things that happens. You get stuck on this idea that you have to appease other people to keep them around. And that's not really how it's supposed to work, is it? So what they're doing is not emotionalizing. It's like over emotionalizing. They're over trying to keep those friends around as if it's a need, not a want. Yes, there's a normal level of needing friends around, but it should be a want, not an obsession. So you can see where keeping someone around, paying to keep them around, could become an obsession. So you don't want her to become something like that. But then at the same time, you also don't want her to withdraw even more. That's something else that could happen. So either way, you have to be, just mindful of it. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to read your other messages. Oh, it was just a test trial. Hopefully she likes it and goes back. Well, yeah. I mean, did she look like she was kind of catching on to the moves? Like she may not have talked to the other kids that much, may have smiled or waved a little, but maybe she was focused on watching the moves. Then I would say that she may not be excited about the social roundness of the room, so to speak, with all the people around watching her, but she may like the idea of gymnastics. So even if she withdraws from the class idea, to make it make sense later on, to socialize through the gymnastics, then you just have to get her into the gymnastics itself. So like watching videos about gymnastics, that might help. I'm sure you probably could find them on YouTube. I don't think you have to buy any of those exercise videos or anything, but just being able to watch those videos and allowing her to connect to that first can then allow her to connect with, now all of a sudden, making friends with these other people makes sense. She'll use the gymnastics as a way of making sense of making friends. I don't know. I'm probably over talking. But let's see. I understand the memories. You want him to have hair, but for spring or summer, I thought it'd be a cute idea. Well, I mean, that's great and everything, but he doesn't like bald, and neither do I. He doesn't mind like the buzzed look. He's okay with that, but he likes having his hair. He likes having some hair. I mean, he's done the bald look before. Like I said, we both have. But neither of us are big on it. Now, the buzz cut, he probably will do that in the spring or summer. Memories. I'm trying to remember what the memories part was for. I don't know. I'd have to look back to my messages to see what I said. I'm so sorry. And I don't think I can do that. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. Hold on, let me see if I can find. Da, 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 da. All right, I have to open another window. That's what it is. Okay. YouTube. Here it is. I have to remember which channel was that. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, notifications. There we go. Okay, let's see. Um. Oh, the school picture memories. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, because I don't like, and he doesn't. I mean, because neither of us. Why don't we switch back over to the other window? Um. Um. Well, because I'm paying for them, and I have a certain look I like on him, just like I dress him in certain clothes. Now, you know, I give him the opportunity to pick what he wants to wear. I still have to find those pictures of him wearing that. He's all dressed up. He looks like a little businessman with the extra because he has his brother's watch on, which is, of course is two sizes, three size, whatever, way too big for him. They had to take links out of it even. But it matched the purple face of the watch, matched his purple dress shirt that he had on, and they had his cuffs rolled up a little bit. He just looked like a little, you know, what do they call that? Um, Not savvy. A swank little businessman. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know if they call it that. But anyway, he was really super cute. So um, I really need to find those pictures. I really wish I could find them. Anyway, yeah, because I have a certain one look I want to go with, and I let him pick. Like when it comes to his clothes, I give him different options that I'm okay with, so he can pick the option. Because we could get plenty of pictures of him just in whatever clothes, you know, that's fine. But when it comes to the school pictures, I want him to look a certain way. So, and so I like him to have hair for the school pictures. Just me. But I figure in the spring he probably will want to go with a shorter haircut. It does get pretty hot. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad. I'm hoping I'm being helpful. I know that I a lot of times overtalk, but it's just because I'm so anxious to help people to share this information that I overshare. See? Overdoing it. That's a big one. I mean, even Matlock is on, and I'm still got the volume down. I know, probably doesn't mean a whole lot, but trust me, it does. For me, it does. Something's wrong with your car, lady. At the time, if he does do like the buzz cut, then yeah, we could probably try and do a video if we can. I don't know. He's still working through his issues with the buzzer thing. So unfortunately, until that happens, I don't want to show a video freaking kids out even more. Look, that kid's scared too, and he stays scared the whole time. And his mom starts yelling at him, and she starts threatening to take away his toys and all his stuff. No, I don't want to watch this video. This is like a horror flick. Actually, he's been wanting to get creative with his hair, but with length. He wanted me to dye it, which we did a little bit. Oh, it's definitely a team effort. Me yelling and him crying. It's not easy. Whether I use the scissors or I use the buzzer, it's still it's tough. Either way it goes. What in the world? Hold on. Mm-hmm. I have a lot of hair dye in the basement, and I think he wants to get creative with that. Probably should throw it out. That stuff's older than my daughter. I mean, it might. I mean, he he definitely likes his YouTube buddies, his binge watching YouTube buddies. But definitely have to wait till spring at least. Oh, you talk about the immune system being weak. The last thing he needs is to have a haircut during the cold months. I told him he has to get one now, just a trim, because now the Halloween's over. He doesn't need all the long hair. The whole point of the long hair was to curl it, so I could kind of curl it up to be like Mario's and spray it black. It didn't happen, but that's okay. I did? Oh, I don't know. I mean, even if I mentioned it now, we still wouldn't be able to do it till spring. But it would have something to look forward to. He likes making videos. I think he wants to make a video soon of building Legos. I'm not sure which Legos he's going to build, but something. We just finished building some pirates. For my birthday, I got some pirate kits. So we just finished building those. Um, he does not leave hats on for very long. I tried. I thought a fedora would look really cute on him when he was younger, but he will not hold on to him for very long. I wanted him to wear. We went out to eat for my birthday. He took me out to eat, thanks to his uncle. His uncle gave him a $50 bill and said, "Take mommy out to eat." um, so we went out to this restaurant. Oh my goodness, I have video of it, but I am not putting it up on YouTube. It's awful. It's great because I actually got to dance. I mean, the waiter, he danced with me and poured shots down my throat. I've never, usually when you go to the restaurant and you tell them it's your birthday, they do the clapping, happy birthday, clap, clap, clap thing. Oh no. Oh no. They told me they wanted to make sure I was in my seat. So Benji and I had been walking around the restaurant and we went and sat back down. Now, mind you, this is after almost by myself. My mom helped and my brother had a few sips of this great big thing called the Queen. I can't remember what it was called, but it was a rainbow colored. It had all kinds of fun festive things, candies and fruit and whatever else on the top of this bottle that had like the top of a cup out of the bottle. It was like when they formed the actual glass. It was like they put a glass down inside of it, like a margarita glass, the top of it. Excuse me. And fit it down inside this bottle and then somehow molded it all together in one piece. It was crazy. And which they told me I couldn't take that home, so I guess they have to reuse those. But so I drank most of that because you can't take it with you, right? And then I got up to walk around the restaurant to look at all the cool stuff, that they had around for decoration with Benji. And then they told us we had to sit back down. So I'm already feeling a little warm. I don't drink very often these days, so having even a few drinks makes me feel a little buzzy, right? Well, I was definitely feeling a bit warm. And the waiter comes over, and I see them. They all show up, and I'm thinking, oh, here it goes, the happy birthday, clap, clap, clap. Instead, he grabs me by the hand, pulls me out of the seat, and just starts dancing with me. Like, oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I was excited. For my birthday, a secret wish of mine was that I wanted to kiss. I didn't get that. That's okay, though. The dance was just as good because I realized I've never danced before. I've never danced with another person before. Not like that. I mean, like dance. So it was really cool. And then all of a sudden, the next thing I know, he takes his bottle from this other guy, this big, tall, white glass bottle with blue scrawlings all over it. And he has me tip my head back and he starts pouring this drink down my throat. Like, I'm not kidding you. This was more than a shot worth. Definitely more than a shot worth. And they even gave my mom some and my brother some. I was like, wow, that's pretty incredible. I mean, just like free out. And this was some strong out. I don't know what it was, but it put me over the, I couldn't, I was, yeah. Before I was just feeling pretty warm, but by the time that dance finished, and he did it twice, I think maybe even 3 times. I can't remember. By the time that dance was done and that drink was done, I could still stand. That was about it. It was pretty strong. Pretty strong, but lots of fun. Again, can't put the video up. I think we got a couple pictures. And I'll try and put that up on that community thing if I can later on. But my brother got a video of the dance. It's not pretty. But still, I'll have it at least for, memory's sake. Maybe get him in the habit more of wearing hats. He's just not a hat person. I've tried. I've got a whole stack of hats for him, and he just doesn't wear them. He doesn't wear hoods. He doesn't wear hats. He just doesn't do it. I'm surprised he kept his hat on as long as he did, his Mario hat on last night. As soon as we walked through the door, that was the first thing he took off. Of course, the rest of the clothes followed, but yeah, he's just not a hat person. I tried when he was little. I would put a hat on him all the time. I wanted him to wear a fedora. I had a fedora I wanted him to wear the other night for the birthday dinner, but he just wouldn't do it. He'll put it on, but somehow magically you go to walk out the door and it's off his head again. Just not a hat person. I'm lucky if I can get him to wear his winter hat. He'll wear gloves. He'll wear a scarf. But sometimes he does not come home with that hat on. Yeah, it doesn't work. I mean, you'd have to have something pretty big to bribe him with, and he'll put it on. It just won't stay on. He jumps around. It falls off. I mean, even if I've had him wear the kind of hat that you clip the thing underneath the neck, and it holds on. Nope. He just doesn't do hats. I wish he would, because I have a cowboy hat I wanted him to wear for pictures one time, just for like regular outside pictures. Nope. The pictures that I could get with him actually wearing the hat, you couldn't see his face. My brother is in a band, and we went to go hear them play at a local festival. And I had my cowboy hat. And we took some pictures, and I was wearing the cowboy hat. And I tried to put it on his head, and he pushed it off. Oh, I don't know about your weather, but here it's getting cold already. It's definitely not summery weather anymore around here. So we have to start planning for the winter future here very soon. Oh yeah, it comes quick, doesn't it? Yeah, it hasn't been freezing yet, except for at night, a little bit. During the day, it's still what? Well, earlier this week it was warm. It was like springy type weather. And of course, Halloween is the day it changes. It's rainy, It's chillier. I think it was I think when Halloween the trick or treating started, I think it was in the shoot, what was that? 50s? 40s, 50s, somewhere in there, I think. I'm not sure. I was kind of bundled up. Well, he is getting a haircut, just not, it's just mostly going to be a trim. It's just going to be to, you know, make it look nice for winter, but not too short. I know that a lot of heat escapes through the head, so because of that, I've always been on the the big side of making sure that his for his immune system, that whole issue, making sure he's covered that way. Actually, I take that hat thing back. The other day, well, it wasn't the other day, but it's been a little while, but we'll just say the other day, we went out driving after we dropped my one son, we took him to the airport. Did I upload those videos? I don't know if I uploaded those videos. I might not have. We went to the airport the other day in the early of the morning, and excuse me, pardon me. We took videos of. It was so cool. The video just doesn't do it justice. In person, it's crazy because you see the plane 1 minute, it's on the ground, it starts going up into the sky, and because it's still so early and the clouds are still so low from raining, it just disappears. It's not even up in the sky. As soon as it lifts up and starts to take off, it's just starting to angle up, and all of a sudden it just disappears. Not even lights can be seen. And it was so crazy. We're like, wow. So we took video of it. And then afterwards, I said, let's just take the long way home. Let's just, roll around. So we did. And on our way, we found this park that had what do you call it? It's part of a train. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Is it a caboose? It might have been. Anyway, the park had this little train car. It's all fenced off and everything. You can't, get into it or anything, but it looked really cool. So of course we had to stop and take pictures. He wore a hat that day because it was raining. He wore the hat. I think I'm wondering. I think he still took it off though because I don't think the pictures have him wearing the hat. Now that I think about it, I thought he was wearing the hat, but he might have pushed it back. I can't remember for sure. I'll have to see if I can find those videos. I know they've got to be here somewhere. Yeah, but you're talking about like an all the time thing. A haircut isn't just like a short haircut like that is around all the time, which would mean I'd have to have him wearing a hat every time he's outside, every time he's when he's at school, everything. Because the germs, I mean, all that stuff, right? So he'd have to be wearing a hat a lot. And there's no way I could get him to. No matter how much I bribed him, I do not believe I could get him to keep a hat on like that. And so I just wouldn't want to take a chance of, you know, I mean, like the weakened immune system thing. I just don't want to take a chance of messing with that. Well, we're working for actually the opposite of that. We're working to be outside a little bit more, trying to ride bike and things, but then also while he's at school. Um, when he goes for recess and stuff. I mean, making sure I'm there to make sure he puts his hat on. You know, the teachers can only do so much. If a kid refuses to put a hat on, you know, they can't force them, or they can't force them to keep them on. You know, once a kid gets outside, they take them off. Then they lose the hat. You know, it's a whole big thing. It's not worth the headache that would end up happening. Hmm. Where'd it go? Hold on a minute. There we go. Hmm. Well, I have asked him. He's not keen on the haircutting thing to begin with. Oh, he's made plenty of mistakes. He makes plenty of mistakes all the time. Where'd that go? Let's see if I can find it. I really need to find out where those pictures are at some point. Hmm. Where'd that go? No. Really want to find those pictures. Where did that go? Might be on my dad's thing. Hmm. Nope. Hold on a second. Sorry, I had to click out of that screen for a minute there. Okay, hold on. Well, I have. I have actually told him, for a YouTube video, but it doesn't always ring his bell necessarily. I think he would really like to do like Lego videos. If I told him we were going to do a Lego video, he'd be real excited for that. But not for his hair getting cut. I know that he wants to do. That's why I was trying to think of something because, like, he did one Lego video, and that was a little tiny train that only took like a few minutes to make, which is great and all. But we tried to do another video, but that was of a garbage truck, and it was a lot. It was almost too much for him. He has to take breaks. He's excited to build until it gets to a certain point, and then he's kind of over it and needs to take a break. Either that or he just wants you to finish building it. Like, okay, buddy. For my birthday, I got a Japanese tree, and I was thinking maybe he and I could build that. It doesn't look too involved, and it lights up, which will be really cool. So we might make a video of that. One of the other things we're going to do is we're going to use the Halloween candy and make little treats with the leftover Halloween candy, because there's just too much candy. I don't want him eating all that candy. I don't want his brothers eating all that candy, and I certainly don't want to be eating all that candy. So I don't want that bag sitting in my life anywhere near me, because right now like I said, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling wonderful. I'm not in the mood. I don't need that chocolate. But later on, when I do, I'll sit there and eat that whole bag. So I need to make sure that bag is nowhere near me. So one of the things that we thought about doing was making a video of it's kind of like the pudding treat, like you've seen where people make the graveyard and they put cookies in pudding or in a cupcake, and then they make like what looks supposed to look like a graveyard. They make it look into like a tombstone, and then you can either draw on it or put gummy worms on it. Well, instead, I was thinking we'll use this candy and we'll make these treats with these candies. And then that way everybody can have a treat, and then we can also give them away if we want to, all that, and then we can go through that candy a lot faster. Otherwise, I was just going to make like pies for Thanksgiving and use the candy in those. Like melt like make a chocolate pie and put the Snickers pieces in it, the candy bar pieces in it. But we're going to take the like Jolly Ranchers and things like that, and kind of either use them as decoration on cakes or whatever, or for like especially the more sugary type candies or not that good tasting kind of candies. Use them as like decoration you glue onto paper to make cards, pictures, whatever. Anyway, we can use the Halloween candy without eating the Halloween candy just itself. So that's kind of the goal there. Oh, you missed it. Hold on 1 second here. I'm, well, I mean, in the spring, I could probably do that because then I want him to have that kind of haircut. But otherwise, I don't want him. I don't want him to have that kind of haircut right this time of year because it's just too cold, and it's going to get colder, and I don't want him to, you know, go without his hair at this time of the year. In the spring, though, probably be able to do that. Uh, just a trim for the most part. I mean, he so there's like a haircut. There's between how do I put this? There's bald, there's buzzed, and then there's this other haircut, and then the haircut I want him to have, and then what he has now. And the haircut that comes before buzzed, I don't like because it's you know the Three Stooges. It's kind of like that haircut. What do you mean shorter with a spike with water? Yeah, I'm still here. I was just waiting for you to respond. Maybe you didn't hear me. I'm sorry. You said could do shorter with a spike with water. And I said, what? I don't. What does that mean? What do you mean? I'm just sitting here. I'm not doing anything special. I dyed my hair. You explained, but I think might have muted myself. I think I might have. Hold on. Let me look and see if I can see it. Um, what's the harm of letting him have a choice? But he might. Is there any shorter style that won't impact it too much? Could do shorter with a spike with water. And then you said you there still. So the last thing I got from you before was could do with a shorter with a spike with water. That's what you said. And then I said, what do you mean shorter with a spike with water? And then you said, are you still there? Starts with okay. No, I don't have any message from you saying okay something. The last messages I got from you, the other ones, but the last few I got was, is there any shorter style that won't impact it too much? Question mark. Could do shorter with spike with water. And that's when I said, what do you mean shorter with a spike with water? And then you asked, you there still? And then this one instance is the one I wish I could see you. I explained, but I think might have muted yourself. It's there, trust me, and it starts with okay. But I don't have any messages from you that start with okay. It must be on your screen. That's weird. Resend it and see if it'll. Yeah, unless you've used wording or something the computer doesn't like. It's not YouTube friendly. It's short back and sides and longer top spiked. Like a mohawk, you mean? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me, like a mohawk. The difference is, like with a mohawk, you typically would shave bald or buzzed the sides and the back and just leave that middle spot, you know, the spike deal. And sometimes the spike and then down from that, down the back of the head, like a tail. I've also seen that too. Mm. So, well, I guess we do kind of a version of that sometimes. We leave a little bit. It's actually it's a normal haircut, but we leave that little bit in the middle at the top long, just so. But actually, not like spiked up because we don't do the spiked up very often. In order to keep that, you have to gel it, and we don't. He doesn't do gel. He gets it in stuff. He gets it everywhere else. I don't know how, because once it's on his head, it should stay that way, right? But it doesn't. He gets it everywhere else. He lays around on stuff. He gets it on that. It's a mess. So we don't do gel. The only thing we have done is like the water, and that doesn't hold it up for very long. He has very thin, fine hair. Although it looks thick sometimes, it's not completely. But we do like the front, like the bangs, like that kind of, and then he'll kind of spike those up. Well, yeah, but it doesn't hold for very long, especially with thin, fine hair like his. It just doesn't hold. I know. I've used the gel in his hair. He just it gets it everywhere. We've even used like a stuff that's not as sticky, and he still gets it everywhere. I don't know how he does it. He just does, and he gets his hair tangled up. We just don't do gel in his hair. We've even mixed the water and gel together to really, kind of just get a light stickiness to it. Nope, he's just not a hair person like that. His hair does not hold style like that. Mine doesn't either. I can't do that kind of stuff very much either. Well, there's hairspray that can be used as a substitute for gel. Um, try to think. I had a friend who was really big on hair stuff and put everything known to humankind in their hair. I'm trying to think. I've seen them use different things. I think they used honey, but not by itself. They had something mixed with it. I can't remember now. I want to say it was honey, but I'm not sure. But I'm not putting honey in his hair. He's already too sweet. I just realized there's two people on this thing. I can't believe somebody else is just sitting there listening to this conversation. Sorry, person, but we have nothing important to say right now. We're just chit chatting about hair. Before I have to go get the rest of the stuff done downstairs. Yay. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about the spring cuts later, but I mean, we'll do the one in the front. He likes that. He likes things that his brother does. His brother likes to do that kind of stuff. So then he does. Whatever his brother does with his hair, he's okay with. Not all the way through, but sometimes. Well, it's talking about viewers, and that's separate from the chat thing. The chat thing's over on the right side of the screen, the viewers is over on the left side of the screen. And even when I was talking before, it didn't show. Um, yeah, it shows two. Somebody else is listening. I don't know. Crazy, crazy. Let's see. Hmm. So there's like the bangs type, then there's like the top of the head, and then there's the kind that comes down the back of the head. Benji is okay with the bangs type. Yeah. Oh well. Somebody's somebody somebody out in the world is listening to our conversation, listening and reading. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just have it on and they walked away and forgot it. Who knows? You put her in a court, she'll bury herself. Just the way she explained it. Sorry. In the heat of the night is on. I'm trying to work on my stuff that I can do while I'm sitting here and getting my other stuff done. Um, I don't know. I'll ask him. I'll see if he wants to do the top of the hair like a spiky, the top spiked and the bangs, or just the top spiked. I told him this weekend we're gonna get it done. So, well, his brother's probably gonna take him to do it. That way it gets done. If it's me that ends up having to do it, it might not get done. All depends. I still have to get the cats done. Their nails, which your nail, thank you, sir. Digging into my sheet there. Cat. I have to get their nails done and they need haircuts. The cats do. What is today? Yeah, today's Friday. So yeah, I'll be talking to him today after school at some point. He'll probably want to come in and play video games with his brothers for a while. If we get the pictures, if we do the pictures today, I might we might have to wait actually. If we get the pictures done this weekend, if we don't get them done today, if we get them done this weekend, then I'll have to leave his hair long because what I really wanted to do was curl his hair. That's why we have it long right now. Was to curl it and paint it black, like spray paint it black, just because that's the Mario hair. That was our whole goal. So I'll have to leave it alone and curl it, and then I guess maybe next week then get his hair done. Which is fine with me. I don't mind his hair being long. I don't like the rat tail. I know some people love it. I don't. If he wanted to grow his hair out long, that was fine, but I just don't like that rat tail thing. As is, the name is just kind of off-putting. Toby, what do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails done today? Are you? Say, not if I can help it. What do you do? You getting your nails Yeah, well, before the weather gets too cold, and I don't want to take you outside to do that. Hmm. Yeah, pretty boy. Yeah, pretty boy. Oh, pretty boy. Oh, pretty, 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 pretty. I gotta get these socks hung up. They're wet, sitting on the floor, being wet on the floor. Yes, I'm still here. I'm just getting the stuff done that I can do while I'm sitting here before I have to go downstairs. I'm gonna get lucky today. Both sons are home, so I'm gonna end up having to make them lunch. Huh, shoot. Did that one too much. Did you type something that I missed again? Huh. I wonder why it's not showing me those messages. That's weird. Well, even if it's this next week, I can still try to get video of Ben's haircut. This haircut or the one in the spring? I maybe can, I don't know. Because if the boys take him somewhere, then that's like their guy time. And asking them to take a video, they may or may not. Sometimes they do things like that. Most of the time, not, though. Yeah, they've been spending a lot of time together playing games and stuff, so they might be the ones to say that they'll take him, which I can't argue with that. I have to fight with the cats and their haircuts. I'd rather not add Benji to that list. I do have to shave the one cat. He's going bald. They're indoor cats. For the cats, uh-uh. I'm on a what do you call it? A limited budget, limited lifestyle. Plus, I can't fathom. I mean, like if I had show cats, that I took to shows, I guess I could do that. That would make sense. Otherwise, no. I grew up. We didn't use groomers when when I was little. We just did things ourselves. So it's kind of weird to like take them to a groomer. So the only one that scratches me really is Jerry. He's the only one. And that's why I have to shave him. Because I would take the time just to trim his hair. But because he's a little feisty, I just shave him. Be done with it. He's a puffball. I think you seen videos where I've held him up? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like we never used services. That was for the rich people. No, I mean we just always did that stuff ourselves. We would take our animals to the vet, yes. But when it came to cutting hair, grooming them, well, first of all, we really didn't groom them all that much. In fact, I wouldn't worry about the cats I have now, except for cutting nails, except for the fact that Jerry has such a big puff ball of hair. So then I went out and bought one of those specialty little vacuum things. It's a it's really neat because when as I shave his hair, as I use the little clipper and shave his hair, it gets vacuumed right up. I love it. Yes, I've actually considered using it on Benji. I don't know how much those types of services cost, especially when they have them come to your house, because I know house calls are always more expensive. But like I said, I live on a fixed budget for the most part. And not to mention, I spent all this money on this, you know, vacuum shaver hair thing. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't bother me to do it. It really doesn't bother me to do it. It's, how do I put that? It's annoying, but doing the actual act doesn't bother me. My big issue is, see, if the reason I'm not able to do it is because like the depression stuff's going on, then I'm not going anywhere and I don't want anybody coming here either. So that's like a, double-edged sword, I guess you could say. Oh, I can't believe this person's still listening to this conversation. We could be talking about whale snot dripping off a doorknob and this person's still listening. Oh gosh. Oh, their nails are no big deal. I can cut all their nails with no problem, except for Toby. I have to take him outside and do it. Can't do it in the house. For some reason, if I try to do it in the house, he no end of trouble. He's moving around, he's trying to get away from me, crazy. I take him outside and I sit down on the porch and he will sit right there in my lap. He cries, he does his little, yeah, I don't want this to happen. What's the flow bee? No, I've never heard of the flow bee. What is that? Hmm. Did you ever see, I don't know how old you are, but do you remember anything about a trunk monkey? Hold on, I'm trying to look it up now. They also have something called air cut. It looks like a blow dryer. No, I tried to steer away from politics regardless what it is. That religion and messy tops I try to avoid. Oh. Oh, I agree. Especially nowadays. The moment you even start talking about any of those things, people go from that level 1 right up to level 10. And if you don't agree with them, you're not allowed to have your own opinion. You can have your own opinion as long as it's their opinion too. As long as it matches them. It's like, never mind, I'm done with this conversation. I'm out of here. Oh my gosh, it's pretty crazy. No, trunk monkey. I don't. Maybe it sounded like I said something else. Um, it's an old one. It was not a real thing, but it was. They made it look like a kind of like an infomercial or some kind of a commercial for this thing called the trunk monkey, like a car trunk, the back of the car. Um, this was. It was. It's funny. It's actually a funny little video. You have to look it up sometime. Yeah, I'm looking at the flow. Well, I've got the Flowbee and the air cut. Flowbee is $249.95 and the air cut is $149.99. Oh no, I didn't say Trump. No, trunk. I can't handle any of those people. They do exactly what my mama told me not to do. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Ugh. Yeah, this is called the air cut. It's user friendly, do it yourself personal hair cutting, and it looks like a blow dryer. It's got different little plastic lengths that you insert into the hair dryer looking thing, and then it cuts your hair to that length. I'm going to put that on my list. Okay, we'll put that there. And then the Flowbee. It's not even the same person. My goodness. They show a picture for before and a picture for after, and it's not even the same person. So it's like, you know, maybe I'm being a stickler for the rules here, kind of thing, or the specifics. But it's like if you're gonna say this is the before picture, this is the after. Don't you think you should use the same person? Can't help it. My brain gets stuck on stuff just like everybody else's. Okay. When you spring haircut with use the video, use that on Ben 10. I don't think he's ever heard of that cartoon. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean by use it on Ben 10? Did you mean? I mean, spring haircut we can video. I thought that was the idea. Was in the spring doing the video. Because if I was going to buzz his head, I'm good at that. I should say I'm good at that. I still have fights with him on that one too. But I could possibly do that one and video it. No, but yeah, I'm gonna look at that up. The other one up. Let me see if it's really a thing. Oh, okay. Well, let's see if this is a thing. Ah, no, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Now that I've said that, I gotta look it up. Trunk Monkey, the television program. It was a concept originally created in January 2000 by Sean Sosek Himura for the automotive group of Subaru. Oh, I didn't know that. What is the trunk monkey slang? They're actually on YouTube in Ukraine. Wait a minute. Why would that be in Ukraine? Hold on, I gotta watch this video. It's the trunk monkey. It shows somebody breaking into somebody's car. It's hilarious. This guy breaks into this car in a parking lot, and as soon as someone gets in the car, this little monkey that's laying in the trunk wakes up, and he moves through the back seat. You know those back seats that you fold down. He folds it down and comes to the front of gets into the back seat of the car. And as the guy is trying to drive away, the trunk monkey he lifts I don't know, something metal, something. He hits the guy in the head with something, knocks the guy out. The car stops because the guy's not pushing the gas anymore. And then the trunk monkey opens the door and pulls the guy out and throws him over into the river. It's the anti-theft system that comes with the Subaru. Oh, it's not from the Ukraine. It's from somebody called Ukraine Arsenal. I don't know what that is. Whatever. Uh, Oh, yeah, we lost the other person. They're gone now. Now it's just one person. um, I don't know. I don't even know if I'll get it because the Floby or whatever. Because, like I said, I mean, the big thing here is that if the boys are going to start doing this with Benji, then that's probably going to be the new thing for them. So then buying one of those machines would not be worth it if I wasn't doing Benji's haircut all the time. If I was only doing it once in a while, it's not worth it. Oh, a lot of people do. Especially when you talk to there's certain countries when you talk to people from them, that's all they call you. They don't even call you by your name. I was talking to this I think it was talking to this one girl, my hun. I think she called me my hun. And I'm like, is this like Attila the Hun? She's like, no, it's like a sweet way to call somebody something, my hun, like my honey. But you're not my honey, but you're my hun. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? It makes you happy. Oh, trunk monkey is also considered slang for military companies. It's a rear gunner in an SUV, is often referred to as the trunk monkey. Huh, I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. That's funny. Yeah, on the one website that the mental health website that I used to kind of work with, um, it was old lady tea leaves. Like I referred to myself as old lady sitting on the front porch rocker, sipping my tea. That's we go with tea leaves, and so a lot of people, you know, they call you things like they have all kinds of. I'm trying to remember some of the names. Gosh, it's been a while now. Granny. Well, that's definitely one. But that was the one that went. But that goes along with the grandma thing, old lady thing. Especially a lot of kids. A lot of the kids would call me things. They always had to give me little pet names. They couldn't call me. They couldn't even call me tea or tea leaves. They had to give me a different pet name. And love was one of them too. Like to at least get one with him buzzed one more. Oh, I'm sure he'll get buzzed again someday. I know for sure it'll happen eventually. Especially if he starts playing sports at some point. He'll probably in the spring or summer months. He was doing soccer for a little bit over the summer this year. My son, one of his best friends is a soccer coach. And even though he's a soccer coach for the high school, but he said he would take Benji on, like, privately. He would work with him. So he was doing that for a while. But they were working in the evening most of the time after the sun had been really hot, so it wasn't too bad for him, luckily. Oh, you want to talk about childhood embarrassing names? My brother, um, one of them was Crebo. One of them was what was it? Bugger Schnud. Trying to remember what. I don't think he had one. I don't know. My one brother, that was his nickname, Bugger Schnud. Have no clue why. And then when my one cousin, his name's Donovan, but we called him Dobby. He hates it now. Very few of us in the family can get away with using that name on him still. And I'm luckily one of them. I don't know. I thought about putting him in baseball at one point. I think he might like that. We've always done soccer just because that's just what everybody in this town always does. I mean, they have baseball too. Not whole. What's the one? Um, what's that called? When you put the baseball on top of the little pipe? It's called something, and I cannot recall what it's called. Not tetherball. Shoot. You know what I'm talking about? Like they do it for little kids where you put the baseball on top of this pipe that stands up and then they hit, instead of having the ball pitched to them, they just hit the ball off the top of the, what is that called? Do I actually need to recall it? Nope. That's probably why. Works. T-ball. Oh my goodness. That's right. It is T-ball. Yeah, we have all those things, and I thought about putting them in it. Soccer was always big, though, especially in our family. Like I said, my one aunt with all her 8 kids, she put them all through. They all got into soccer. Still are. A couple of them like play. What do they call that? Recreational soccer. Like as adults, they go out with friends and play soccer. Not necessarily for teams, but like in professional place. I don't know. I don't know how they do it all, but they still play. There's 8 of us, and not a one of us play soccer, but all of them do. Yeah, yeah, because I haven't been on too much lately. I don't want to be annoying. I don't want to like one of those people who puts up a video every day of just talking. Oh look, here's me pitter pattering around, puttering around the kitchen, cleaning, talking about the same stuff over and over again. So I try not to put up too many of these videos. Still working myself up to the courage to do certain things. Eventually I'll get around to it, hopefully. I got to talk about the celebrities, and I'm not excited about that one because I don't want anybody to get upset with me about it. But at the same time, faint heart never won fair lady, as they say. Yeah, some of my brothers did Little League too. Well, I don't have to worry about my dad or his dad. It's me. I'll end up being the one who gets hit in the nose. That's okay. I'm used to it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I'm sure I'm pretty annoying. I would probably be annoying to other people if I was on here every day saying just stupid stuff over and over again. Trying to limit it. I'm really looking forward to when I can actually make videos that are worth actually listening to, that aren't 10 hours long. That'll be very helpful too. I will say this, he likes football. Benji does like football. He likes watching it. I don't know about playing it though. Baby steps for what? You mean for my videos? I know, but at the same time, it's like it's really difficult because I see all this stuff happening, and I think I have information that could really help. It's like the teenage suicide thing. I believe I have information that could really help. Hmm. Does he? Yeah. Yeah, we've got some baby pictures of him. Oh yeah. Yeah, we went crazy with baby pictures for a little while. And then we slowed down. I haven't taken pictures of him for a while now, except for here and there random ones. We used to go to the amusement park a lot, and I would take a lot of pictures of him there, riding the little rides and stuff. I think we usually do the first photo thing in the hospital, but we didn't do that. I haven't done that with the kids. Well, I did that with the boys because they were twins. They had a special thing that happened with them. But Liz's, I somehow missed out on hers. And then Benji's, I don't know. My aunt came in, she took pictures, and I said, then that's what we'll use for first photo because they turned out better anyway. I do believe it is what I meant to do. The trouble is, the trouble is, technically, by all natural law, I should be able to lie to make up scenarios to explain my theory, but my brain stops me from doing that because a lie is a lie. Even if it is in being used for good, it's still a lie. And if you want people to believe you, then you don't lie to them. I'll try to if I can. I have to oh gosh, I have to find them. They kind of got buried because when he was a baby was when the fire happened. Well, yeah, he's away at school, but he's not like away. He's not like at boarding school or anything. He comes home. So, I mean, it'll be before Christmas, I'm sure, especially if we do that Lego video that we want to do or the treats video. I forgot, the other video we want to do was, I'm sure somebody else has done this before, but I was standing in the store and I was looking at the pudding the other day. I don't usually buy it, the box kind. But I was looking at it, and what was it? Oh, excuse me. There's the instant pudding, right? Okay. But then there's the cooking pudding. The pudding, you have to cook it on the stove a little bit. Um, and I was thinking, okay, one's warm, one's cold. But is there another difference, like in taste? So I got a lemon that you cook and a lemon that's instant. And we're going to make them and then compare them and see if there is a difference in taste. Just because it sounds like fun. And I want to know too. Because I don't mind. Go ahead, Toby. I don't mind extra work, extra time, if it's worth it. If it's healthier, if it's better for me. The reason why it's instant, maybe it's because there's additives in it that I don't need. So I'd rather Benji be eating foods that doesn't have the additives. Just because he doesn't need them. Not to mention, I want him to learn that, instant is not always better. Not just taste, not just price, not just all those things, but just in general for the brain. The idea of things being instant is not always a good thing. The proof is in the pudding. Hey, that's funny. We were actually talking about pudding. I wanted to know, I bring that up because I wanted to know where that little saying came from. Because I thought sometime back the proof is in the pudding was to say that, you know, I don't know if you've ever like made like pizza dough or bread dough or anything like that. But years ago, I was working at a pizza place when I was a teenager, and we used to have to proof the dough, which means it had to sit for a while and just wait. Nothing special, not cook, not just time. Time, that was all it was. And so I got to thinking maybe the reason why they say the proof is in the pudding, because when you actually make like homemade pudding, it has to sit. It takes time to do it. So it's almost like saying, you know, the proof is in waiting a certain, waiting for the time to pass. That's when you really see the proof of something. You give it time for it to become what it's supposed to be, kind of thing. I remember I looked it up, and that's not where the saying came from. Something about England or the British. I can't remember what it was. And I thought, well, that's silly. You're joking. Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm not going to be on too much longer either. I got to get that stuff done downstairs. Although I do have to finish working on stuff for the doctor for next week. But I'm doing that here online just so I have it recorded so I can just get the transcripts or record it later for her. It's lovely when I can just talk and say it. Oh, well, good. Get some sleep. I'm actually, I know that feeling. Get some sleep and I'll talk to you later. It was good catching up with you too. And I hope things work out with your niece. Let me know how that goes. I'm working up to it. Like you said, baby steps, right? LOL. One of these days. Within the next couple days, I think I'm going to be doing that celebrity one where I call the celebrities out. Hey, they made their stuff public. I got to use it, right? So that's what I'm going to do. If you have any particular celebrities that you think might have something going on with them, let me know what names they are. Just send me a message telling me what names they are, and I will pull them apart and tell you what's happened to them. Um, but other than that, yeah, I'm glad you stopped in to say hi. I hope everything's well for you, and I will talk to you later. Get some sleep. Maybe I should click them instead of filing them. Oh well. did you take her with you? That doesn't make sense. Hmm. All right. We gotta go figure out these boys real quick. Wee. Now don't come in here and make trouble. I know. Wow. Mm-hmm. Grandpa's funny. Isabel, what are you doing? Watch out, Bells. I need to get these undone so we can get through them because they're just going to make the floor more wet, letting them sit there. Bellsies, you can't have it. Girl, you can't have it. Watch out. Bellsies, Bellsies. I thought these were right side out, but they are not turned right side out. Show your woman she's loved every once in a while. Women will put up with an awful lot as long as she knows that she's loved. Cute. Oh, Mr. Walton. Oh, that's why he's going to go over there to get the lemonade sold. I hate mating socks. Ugh. Get down, Bells. Down, Bells. Isabel, get down. Get down, Isabel. Get down. What are you climbing on? Come on, come on. What in the world are you doing? He's putting alcohol. He's putting alcohol in the lemonade. Grandpa, what are you doing? Isabel, if you don't get out of my stuff, you're gonna get it, girl. Yeah. Shoot, shoot. No, I don't want you playing in that corner. I'm working on it. Shoo. Obviously not fast enough for you, little lady. Grandpa's gonna end up just drinking all the lemon. Grandpa, he spiked the punch. The pink is for the women and the children, and the regular lemonade is for the men because he spiked the regular lemonade. Uh oh. Going meddling in affairs that maybe you shouldn't be meddling in. Why don't you talk English? Then we don't have to use subtitles, darling. I just picked up a big pile of socks and I put it back on the floor. No, what was it that I had to do? Oh, that's right. The notes for the doctor. Let's see if I can do that before I go to lunch. Stuff. Let's see here. Um. What was I saying? I said something. The hormones. What was I thinking of this morning? That, of course, I didn't write down. Well, that was the teenage suicide thing. Of course, technically, you could also see that as possibly being an issue for any normal, any normal suicide, anybody's suicide. Because when you mess with stuff, you mess with everything. You don't just mess with one or two things. Would you two silly cats? I don't know. I can't think. Great. Mm. Okay. I got these socks on my brain. And because they're wet and I'm sitting on my bed, I'm thinking, I gotta get this taken care of as soon as possible. They're not wet, they're damp enough that leave them too long and they will make my bed wet as well. Damp, whatever. Mm. I was thinking about it just now. You wake up, your mind's clear, you can think a bunch of stuff. Your dreams, I've talked about this before, you're actually awake for. It's another time. It's another way of being awake and living life. So, let's say in your dreams, whether you remember them or not, you're the hero, right? Everything comes out right. Everything makes sense. Even in nonsense land, everything makes sense. Which means when you wake up with these thoughts, even if they are kind of running fast, like anxious. They're not anxiety thoughts, they're anxious thoughts. I know it's kind of like, well, wasn't that the same thing? I guess. I don't know. Whereas somebody who does not rest very well, they wake up with the anxious thoughts. No thoughts at all, or anxious thoughts. Because they didn't make things make sense in their dreams. Let's see, I wonder if the reason she hasn't thought about planning a family, and I'm sure she doesn't feel that same way about John Boy, is the even though part of her actually does feel that way, like she just wants to do whatever it takes to just be settled with him. There's another more anxious, jumpy, gotta keep moving part. Now, a lot of us have a settle down as well as a not ready to settle down sides to us. But in this particular case, hers is when it comes to the, hey, Isabel, when it comes to the not settling down part, it's anxious. It's anxiety, which means there's a need to not settle down. So, for as much as settling down with John Boy makes sense, it doesn't, 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 it doesn't. Mm. I don't think there's any other stocks like that. Ah, see, she did some. Yeah, it's really that bad. Maybe you should know. Wait, maybe you should find out what the reason is first, Johnny boy. Sticking your nose in other people's business. It'll be all right. You got me now, Daisy Queen. This is the hilarious commercial. The the purchase of this coin, the amount of coins that they sell, could be what do you call it? Could indicate the outcome of the presidential election. You know, like if they sell more Harris coins versus the Trump coins, that means Harris is going to be president, right? And vice versa. Goodness sakes. Will you, Jerry, get your big fat nose? Have I said anything to you? Chuckle muggle? Jerry, do not go over there. You're going to get it, buddy. Go on. Jerry. Jerry. No. Jerry. Possibly predicting the outcome. You guys are big-headed. My goodness. I never heard such signs. Jerry. Get down. Come on. Get down. Don't be a pain. Don't. What did I do with that? That's that. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, those are not matched. There. Those go down. All right. So this is different. I hate mating socks. Hate it, hate it, hate it. With a passion. Oh, Jerry, you and the Q-tips. Yes, I left them out for you. Come on, Tricky. Come on, get out of the corner. Jerry. Oh, Yeri Berry. Go on with your bad self, eh? You're making me crazy. Being able to put these up right. What? Huh? I'm really confused. What the heck was that all about? The old ladies. It came from them. Something about that lemonade that reminded me of Papa. Let's see how nice a person corp. Oh, get over it, Cora Beth. That's what I thought. Why? What? That's a perfect opportunity. What? Hmm. Well, that's not bad because the guy said she'll wait for you. Well, this is her kind of waiting for you. Well, this is not her waiting for you. Will you be here when I get? I gotta stay here with Melissa. This is my life now. Well, will you be here when I get back? I don't know. But didn't you just? Don't you need her bags and stuff? I'm a little confused. Hmm. Oh, I think it's time to eat because the Waltons are eating. Actually, they're having their after dinner coffee. Doesn't he end up getting involved with that one French woman? Except for when you meet the French girl. Then the shadow of Daisy will fade. She'll go and get a coffee. Need any help with your new business, Elizabeth? Says the guy who spiked the punch. Mm. All right. Well, All right. We're going for the kitty cat still. Yay. All right. Oh. Ow. That's what's his face. Who is that? Where have I seen him? He plays a bad guy in some movie. Columbo? No. I know I've seen him. What is his name? I know it. I don't know his name. I know what I've seen him in. Famous but not famous. Oh, I love a cheese. What? Why are you burying the gold with him? I'm going to come back in the middle of the night and dig him up when nobody's looking. Just eating them. Oh, I know what it was. Columbo. I knew it. It was Columbo. He plays Max, the magician. One of my favorite Columbo episodes because of the funeral. I don't think I've seen him in anything else. Not that I recall. He's a monk? Wait a minute. Or a priest? He's a something. John Boy has fallen head over heels for an actor he met at a marathon, leading him to propose to her, but he finds out a secret about her when he does. Seb decides to spike Elizabeth lemonade after seeing her business begin to falter. Well, that sounds like the Gunsmoke episode I'm watching. Oh, wait a minute. He has a twin. Here come the side effects. A lump in your neck? Depression and thoughts of suicide could be side effects to Wegovy. Wegovy. I always say Wegovy. Wegovy. It's Wegovy. But there's a lot of medicines out there that say depression is the side effect. Possible side effect. Anybody else know why? I know why. Same reason why medicine works for you, then suddenly doesn't. Actually, no. That's a little different. So the first one doesn't make sense. The medicine itself does not make sense. The second one could be related to the first one as well. Because, what did I say? Why the medicines aren't working, because it doesn't make sense. Oh, because there's a reason why it's doing what it's doing. The reason why you gain weight and can't lose it, no matter how much you exercise, no matter how much you diet and starve yourself, even, no matter what you do, the reason why you can't lose it. And all these other medicines that people are taking, not all, but a lot of the other medicines that people are taking, the side effect of depression. Your body and your mind are making you, we'll call it sick, for a reason. This is going to sound kind of stupid, a little generic. But notice how the body is either keeping it in, like bottling up something, or it's pushing it out. Anybody else notice these things? No. These illnesses that people have. Again, like I said, this is going to sound kind of stupid because it's like, well, it's either in or out, right? I mean, that's all the only options, right? Well, yeah, I guess so. But do you notice how the body, it's like the weight. It's holding it, like it's bottling something up. Can't let go of the weight. Yeah. Wonder what else you're bottling up and can't let go. As you try to convince your mind to keep something bottled up, not you, But some part of your mind continues trying to convince itself um, as the brain, body, whatever, is trying to convince, let's say you suffered a trauma, we'll just say, and your brain is trying to keep that from you, trying to protect you, whatever, trying to bottle it up somehow, whatever it is. I'm just giving you an example. Can you see how maybe that process of keeping something in, could go to something else? That same process could somehow get misconstrued and used somewhere else because it's not really supposed to be doing that. So it's like sending workers that do one type of job to go do a different job that they don't do. Well, they end up screwing it up, don't they? Because they don't. That's not their job. That's not the thing that they normally do. What they know how to do is the job they normally do. Sending them to a different job, I don't know, maybe we can work it out. I don't know. It's the same thing I said about the Alzheimer's thing, actually. That process gets started for whatever reason to try and forget something. And the brain has to continuously remind itself to forget because it's not something that can be stored properly and it's not something that can fade away into the background, we'll say, naturally. It's something very important that normally, because of its importance, would stay up front, would stay part of your main memory banks, so to speak, right? So you're trying to push it to the back. You're trying to say forget at the same time as your brain saying remember, forget, remember, forget, remember. All that time that your brain is trying to forget something, repeating that process over and over again, don't you see how it's possible where, because again, it's a process of, it's not really, we have the ability to do it, so there you go. But it's not really something we're supposed to do. Continuous, we're not really supposed to do that kind of thing. We're supposed to kind of forget about things that we can't handle or deal with at that moment, but eventually we got to come back to it, right? So forget, remember, forget, remember, forget, remember. Think about your brain having to continuously, no matter what you're doing, all your life, repeat that process. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, whatever. Trauma happened when you were a kid, so now you're stuck for the rest of your lifetime having to continuously forget, remember, forget, remember, forget, remember, forget, remember. Could you see how that process could get screwed up and start causing you to forget, remember other things? Like, the Alzheimer's, dementia type thinking. Mm-hmm. Now, if it's true that those numbers of Alzheimer and dementia are on the rise, if that's true, I can also answer why that is. So one is the general thing. I'll get to that in a minute. The other is the medicines that you're taking could be messing with you. Sorry. But the biggest thing of all is the in general, the over functioning, the functionalizing that is happening in general to the brain. That's the biggest issue. And nobody seems to notice it that much but me. Excuse me. They notice it. They know they're seeing something. Everybody in this world is starting to see an edge to people, to situations. Just there's this edge. There's edge that never was there before. I mean, the edge was always there, but not like this is an edge. There's something. And people are aware of it. They've seen it. They know it's there. They can smell it in the air. It's in the background. It's just there. And they know it. They don't know what they're saying. They don't know what it is that they're sensing or feeling or whatever. Well, that's what it is. Like most people, myself included, you're looking at the situation going, well, the world's always been like that. We haven't people always had like a weird kind of feeling about things. I mean, what was life like back in the 60s when all that stuff was going on? I'm sure there was a pretty big something in the air, right? Sure, there was. And they sensed that then. The difference is, don't lick the oil, honey. Cats lick the butter. Um, I don't want to say that things are mentally worse now because I didn't live back then, so I don't know. I can't say. I can say, hmm, things are they're hitting an instinctual issue, and that's a problem. Are you going to be able to turn in your own brother? The show, not me, not that. Mm. Jerry, nobody, no climbing. Jerry, Jerry, no. You know what, Chucky? No, really? Never mind. I'll just let him play with it. It's a plastic box. I thought he was eating another a cardboard box. Mm. Hmm. You didn't fool the marshal. See, now that definitely would be a better entertainment. I mean, I don't Spanish, Mexican. I'm not sure which one it is. Their women dance. They're not just company. They also dance. Run around the room dancing. La la la. Yeah, the padre walks in. Everybody stops clapping. Music stops. Drinking. He doesn't care. His brother's gonna get caught in the crossfire. Sucks. I should have brought. Oh, I hate this commercial. What are you doing? Don't worry, your turn is coming. Mm-hmm. Jerry, what did I say? Do not lick the oil bottle, dude, dude, dude. So silly. Didn't mean to cut that much on my nail. Oh well. You guys are next. Because I have to run the vacuum in here anyway, so there's no more reason to have to do that. Oh, fine. Here's the Q-tip. Wait a minute. Let me move that away. There you go. He likes to flip them off things, and once they drop, he's over it. Make me a liar, why don't you? No, he's over it. There's no more. Want me to put it back up there so you can do it again? You're so silly. You need a toy that allows you to spring something back up like that. Oh, it's back on. Next commercial, I'm going downstairs and getting your box. The box. The hair box. Waiting to see if they ran. Ooh, that's a nice cut. Mm. He's using it to his advantage. No, just because you confess doesn't mean you get whatchamacallit, absolution. Because you have to be not only sorry for your sin, but not committing it again. Excuse me. Not that you would not that you can't commit it again, but that you wouldn't. As a man who's going to jail for life, obviously is going to say, "Oh yeah, sure, I won't do that again because I can't." But if I was given the chance, I would. Big deal. There's a big difference. And like he said, it's for the wrongly accused. Or anybody who commits a crime could run to the church and say sanctuary. But still not mean. I mean, seriously, he's using you. Can you not tell that? Nope, because he's your brother. It's an oversight there, isn't it? Over focus, whatever you want to call it. Too much of a connection. Same as I can't doctor. Yeah, there's little air quotes with the fingers. My own children. Too close to the situation. So technically, I don't think his brother should be able to hear it. I mean, if he was truly repentant, I mean, let's be honest, truly repentant, might be a different story if it was his only chance. But otherwise, I don't think it should be. No. Conflict of interest, as they say in the legal system, right? I hate these commercials. My son is afraid of the IRS now. My other son got a letter from the IRS yesterday, and Benji said, "It's from the IRS," and, and he was acting scared because a commercial on TV said you should be afraid when the IRS contacts you. And when he hears the commercial that women are being forced to be pregnant, with that particular wording, they're being forced to be pregnant. Not forced to stay pregnant. Well, even if it was worded that way, that still doesn't make it any better. Forced and pregnant. He doesn't know what pregnancy means to the fullest of, adult reasoning. He just knows somebody's being forced to do something they don't want to do, and it sounds scary because the voice on the TV doesn't just say la 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 la, words. They emphasize on certain things, make it scary sounding. And there's an overfocus going on with this particular priest guy. You can't have sanctuary if you're talking about nailing someone's hide to the door. You just, what? No, Jerry, get down, get your keister down, Chuckles Muckle. You do not ruin my things. I'm going to shave you bone. Ah, here. You. Sorry, Bells. Here's my shoe. You can have it back. Mm-mm. Yeah, he's gonna go into it. Yep. Why did you guys get involved to begin with? Funny how he says, Marshall, he would never desecrate, and then he stops because he realizes his brother actually would desecrate a grave. But why would he say that to begin with? He would never. What brother was he like years and years and years ago? See, this brother, the priest brother, he's still stuck mentally in a time where his brother was different. At the same time as knowing he's not, knowing that he's not right in the head, not the same guy. His brain is also focused on him being the same guy that he grew up with, the same little brother. He's standing in the pulpit drinking from the bottle. Sip the vodka. Don't gulp. I'm suddenly very curious about this actor himself. Huh. Pals! My goodness, girl. You cats today. Ooh, you dirty rat. Listen to this. Have fun. Woohoo. You. I was about to get caught in the door, girl. I ain't playing games with you. And I just missed what I was. Oh, you dirty rats. Ugh. I knew it. He was going to end his brother. And now let's, oh, I don't know. Might not be enough time. Is he going to take his place? Your wish to be me. I'll bet because the one who turned into a priest could always please the parents. Follow the rules, did what was expected. The other one didn't. He didn't follow the rules. And because he was probably chastised for it, instead of going his own way, just naturally going his own way, which he would have normally done without if he hadn't been chastised. Instead, he went his own way overboard. Yep, he's playing him now. He killed the priest, so now he's gonna take his place. Now, is he doing it truly? I don't know. I couldn't really quite tell. Or if he's just doing it just to keep up his thing. But this is a very good example of how it's not just the functional minded that get picked on, it's the emotional minded too. When you're raised in a family that is, we'll say, more rigid, and then one of the children is also kind of rigid, and then the other child, he's not rigid. I say rigid, functional, whatever you want to call it. Rule abiding, very, no, that is, not how things are done. We do things by this order, this rule, that kind of thing. But yeah, this emotional minded child had he been able to have just a regular childhood, we'll say, he would have grown up. He would have, whatever he would have decided to do with his life, and he would have had a normal life, we'll say. We'll just say a normal life. Not perfect, no, but, you know, normal. He would have been in his fairly normal balance. He might have been, I don't know. He might have been in the arts, or he might have been a blacksmith. He might, whatever he would have decided to do. He would have decided to do it, and he would have had the correct amount of functional and flow. But because he was not accepted like his darling brother that was rigid like his parents, that type of thinking, right? When he got out, he went out. He didn't just get out, he got out. You've heard kids before. Sometimes they say, well, when I get old enough, I'll move out, get on with my own life. And then some of them say, when I'm 18, I'm out of here. If I could leave before then, I would. God. Well, oftentimes when they talk like that, they end up not just leaving, but busting out, right? Not just trying new things, but needing to try new things, including things they shouldn't and normally wouldn't. Yeah, the hand wound gives him away. Come on. Yep. Come on. Thank you. Somebody figured it out. I'm so glad. Just because that would have annoyed me till all end. Unless he was truly, yeah. Mm-hmm. You're an idiot, Marshall. Are you for realsies? Are you for realsies? Anthony Zerby. Huh. So obviously, because he had gone through, we'll call it preschool, same as his brother who became a priest, he knows how to act like a priest. He knows the rules. He knew what the blessings were. He knew the right words to say because he had gone to school. But that doesn't mean he was really being. It's a show. I know. Shut up. It's just all get over it. Tea leaves. It's a show. Don't over it. The stuff I said earlier, even though it is a show, those are things that are true when it comes to people. I mean, That's really what happens sometimes to people. When you're raised by a family that doesn't, I've seen it. I've watched those shows where they have the killers and the serial killers, and they've been raised in situations like that. Dahmer, I think he was emotional minded. You don't find that out till the end, actually, though. He always kept to himself, but I don't think that's how he started out. I think that's how he was forced to become. I could be wrong about that, and that's fine. But regardless, he was overfunctionalized because he was left alone as a child. His parents weren't in his life very much. They fought all the time. They were gone all the time. And then at one point, they were just gone, period. They left the house and left him in it. And he had to raise himself from that point forward, as I understand. But this is all from a television show, Wikipedia, whatever. But, you can only have a, what do you call that, imaginary friend for so long, right? No, that's not the way to say it. Well, all right then, sir. Um, well, I guess you're going to have to go follow him in the saloon and find out what he meant by that. Dun, 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 dun. Bonanza. Okay. Oh, they have two guest stars, Keir Dula and Otto Kruger. Hmm, interesting. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, Dahmer. Um, wondering. I don't. I do believe he. I really have a feeling, just based on what we do know about him and what he has done, he was an emotional minded person to begin with. Elegy for a hangman. Huh. I really have a feeling he was emotional minded. Not just because at the end he became what he started out as again after so long not being, but also because I don't know, my brain's telling me it's just running through. I can feel it. It's running through a bunch of information right now, like making a check mark. Like, yep, yep, yep. All the things that I know about him, the way he acted, the things he did, how he did things, when he reached out this way, when he reached out that way. I couldn't even begin to tell you. I just know my brain's running through it, and it's yeah. Wasn't that fun? That was fun. I told you about it. There you go. That's what it's like being in my brain at times. Hmm. Especially because, wow, certain aspects about him that are functional, they're not just functional, they're over functional. They're over. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I confirmed it. Okay. Jelly? Mm. Well, that guy's not much older than him. I don't know why he said you old enough to use that gun. Well, you're not that much older, buddy. I could say the same thing, honey. Oh no, they've fallen and they cannot get back up from it. Mm. Well, don't you want to be a hanging country? What a glad to see you when the parking's always free. I'm sleepy. Hmm. 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 I didn't mean to cut my nails completely off, but oh well. Fun now. Hmm. Well, let's see. They met up with you in a saloon, and now you can't stop drinking. Ow. Right. I just said that same thing. He's your drinking. Why didn't I look over? There's the remote right there. For the love of cheese. Ugh. Just in case I forget to say it later. I don't think I will, but just in case. No bleach London. Permanent. Go lighter. Good stuff. Pardon. Did he just shoot him? I think he did. Well, actually, the bullets. I am going to take a little nappy nap before Vantage gets here. A young man? It was only last year that this happened. You're not that old, kid. But you're not that young either. What else would it be? I mean, injustice, revenge. It kind of. I mean, they're not the same, but they could go into the same thing. Oh, just. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, well, I probably should stop the stream because if I'm going to take a nap and then not long after that, I'll probably be turning it off anyway, so might as well. Hasta la vista. Mm-hmm.